Global Biodiversity Framework Fund was adopted unanimously. Progress was made on a multilateral mechanism for the sharing of benefits from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources. The NBSAP Accelerator Partnership, a valuable tool to implement the framework at national level, was launched. In 2024 and beyond, the world will continue to take actions to implement the Biodiversity Plan.
راعي الحفل الحضور الكرام، تعد الطيور الغازية التي يطلق عليها الميناء أو الغراب الهندي والدوري من أكثر الطيور الدخيلة تأثيرا على الأنواع الأخرى من الطيور والنظام البيئي وتوازن مكوناته، مما ينعكس سلبا على الموارد الاقتصادية. ومن هذا المنطلق وحرص هيئة البيئة على التدخل في هذا الجانب المتعلق بحملات مكثفة لمكافحة الطيور الغازية على مستوى محافظة ظفار وكذلك على مستوى محافظات سلطنة عمان. نتابع معا فيلما تسجيليا عن حملة الطيور الغازية التي قامت بها هيئة البيئة مؤخرا. نتابع ومشاهدة ممتعة.
تبذل هيئة البيئة جهوداً حثيثة للمحافظة على التنوع الحيوي في بيئتنا والتصدي من كل ما من شأنه الإخلال بهذا التنوع. وتعد الطيور الغازية أحد أبرز المهددات التي تهدد التوازن البيئي، ومن أجل ذلك دشنت هيئة البيئة حملة مكافحة الطيور الغازية في ديسمبر من عام 2022 ميلادياً، ومنذ ذلك التاريخ وإلى اليوم تم القضاء على أكثر من 1,000,000 طائر غازي، وتم تنفيذها في كل من محافظة ظفار، شمال وجنوب الباطنة، وبعض المواقع والجهات الأمنية وبعض الفنادق في محافظة مسقط.
كان الإعداد حلها مسبقا من قبل الهيئة مع وضع الخطط وتكاتف الجهود من الجهات المشاركة ذات اختصاص. خلال الحملة تم إعداد فرق وتم تزويد الفرق بالأسلحة، تم اختيار الفرق بعناية حيث أنها تكون الفرق مؤهلة ذات خبرة في مجال الرماية. الحمد لله أتت الجهود أكلها وتم القضاء على أعداد كبيرة من الطيور الغازية اللي هو طائر المينا والغراب الهندي.
حقيقة تم التواصل قبل بداية الحملة مع مكتب الوالي، وقمنا بدورنا بإصدار تعامي من المشايخ والرشداء وأيضا أصحاب المزارع ولمختلف شرائح المجتمع بالتعاون للقضاء على هذا الطائر.
منذ انتشار هذا الطائر في الفترة الأخيرة لاحظنا أن هذا الطائر يتعدى على بيوض بقية الطيور، وكذلك هو يعتبر من الطيور التي تأكل اللحوم، فيتعدى على الحشرات، يتعدى على القوارض، يتعدى على الثدييات بشكل عام.
وهذا الطائر يعني حقيقة طائر ذكي، وأيضا طائر يخطف عما قال على الأخضر واليابس.
ما خلت لنا شيء من النخيل ومن المانجو ومن الموز، كلها مرة تاكلنا ما تخلي شيء.
أثر على جميع المحاصيل الزراعية وكذلك على الثروة الحيوانية.
تتسبب في عملية الإضرار بالطيور المحلية اللي متواجدة عندنا في البيئة العمانية بسبب نقلها للأمراض، بسبب أشياء كثيرة. تواجدها كان أول في المزارع بشكل واضح للأعيان، قريب العزب، قريب الأماكن اللي هي فيها المخلفات، الأوساخ والمخلفات نحصلها كثير.
بشكل عام موجود في المناطق الزراعية ومناطق أيضا فيهن هذه الأشجار الراك والغاف متواجد بكثرة، خاصة الأعشاش هناك أكثر احنا نلاحظهن.
طبعا هذا الطائر يتردد في مواقع مثل المزارع والخيران ومواقع تجمع الأشجار.
أولها بدأت بقية الطيور اللي هي من البيئة العمانية في الانتشار وفي المحافظة على أعشاشها، فإن شاء الله تعالى نتمنى مع الأيام القادمة والسنوات القادمة أن ترجع الطيور العمانية الأصيلة اللي هي من البيئة في الانتشار وفي التكاثر. بذلك أصبح حتما علينا من تحدي هذا الطائر والوقوف جنبا إلى جنب مع هيئة البيئة للحد من انتشار هذا الطائر.
هيئة البيئة، بيئة مستدامة يصونها الجميع.
راعي الحفل الحضور الكريم، ندعو الآن سعادة الدكتور عبد الله بن علي العمري رئيس هيئة البيئة بالتفضل إلى المنصة لتكريم الخبراء المشاركين في هذه الاحتفالية. الخبراء المشاركين في هذه الفعالية: مس مانيريلا أرايا، مس جيليان كامبل، الفاضل ماجد صالح العقيل، شكرا سعادتك. حضورنا الكريم، نوجه عنايتكم بأن الهيئة ستنظم غدا جولة تعريفية للمشاركين، وكل من يرغب بالمشاركة تسجيل عبر الرابط الموضح في الشاشة. إن شاء الله راح يكون واضح بإذن الله سواء الآن أو بعد قليل بإذن الله تعالى. وكذلك أيضا ختاما نتوجه بالشكر وعظيم الامتنان إلى سعادة الدكتور عبد الله بن علي العمري رئيس هيئة البيئة على رعاية هذا الحفل، والشكر موصول لأصحاب السعادة والحضور الكرام. تقبلوا تحياتي. كان معكم في الإعداد والتقديم قاسم بن محمد البرعمي، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. كذلك في وجبة غداء بإذن الله تعالى المشاركين في الساعة 2:30 في أثينا. كذلك افتتاح المعرض للصور في مجمع السلطان قابوس الشبابي للثقافة والترفيه الساعة 2:30 بإذن الله تعالى.
Good morning. I apologize for the delay. We were trying to we had a little technical glitch. So hopefully it's going to be resolved now, and so we can get started. So I'd like to start by thanking you for inviting us to be here and for this excellent initiative that the Sultanate of Oman and the GCC Secretariat have decided to host this meeting together with us, and we're very grateful to be here. And also I would like to note that it's a tremendous step forward already that the countries in this region, through the Green Middle East Initiative, have already made climate change and biodiversity one of the top priorities for the region. And so the GCC countries have also, as you know, along with all the other countries, committed to the Global Biodiversity Framework, which was adopted in December of 2022. And all of this is aiming to set a path towards living in harmony with nature by 2050. And so the question that we have now, which was pointed out by our executive director, Astrid, is once you've made these regional or global agreements, it all then comes down to national action. Things need to happen on the ground to actually take us towards this vision of living in harmony with nature. And so this is what we're going to be really talking about in this meeting, is how do we move from making these agreements to actual action on the ground. And we're going to then focus in on specific action related to invasive species, with broader action across all of the targets of the Global Biodiversity Framework as being the starting point for developing a national biodiversity strategy and action plan. And so my colleague Marianella and I will be leading you through the sessions this week. We'll also have a few people join us online. And we're aiming to really have this as a dialogue. And so if you saw the agenda that we prepared, we've called this a dialogue. And the idea is that we're hoping that all of you can share experiences across your countries and share experiences with us on what have been the opportunities and the challenges that you've been experiencing in terms of trying to turn this agreement into a national reality. And so for this session, what we're going to do is I'm going to start by giving an overview of the Global Biodiversity Framework, which has been branded as the Biodiversity Plan. And then I'm also going to share the objectives of this workshop. And then after that, my hope is to invite everyone to quickly tell us where they're from so that we have an idea of who's in the room, since we're aiming to have a discussion. And so, without further ado, I'll go with the presentation, and then, as I said, we'll move on to introductions later in this session. So, as mentioned, the Biodiversity Plan is the name that has been given to this framework that was agreed in Montreal in 2022. And the mission of this framework is to take urgent action to halt and reverse biodiversity loss and to put nature on a path to recovery by 2030 for the benefit of people and planet by conserving and sustainably using biodiversity and ensuring the fair and equitable sharing of benefits from the use of genetic resources while providing the necessary means of implementation. And so this matches very closely with the three objectives of the convention and with the means of implementation that are required to take us towards that path. And so the adoption of this framework, the adoption of this framework was in response to the global realization that we are experiencing unprecedented threats to biodiversity. As mentioned in the session earlier this morning, invasive alien species present a major threat to global biodiversity. Also, you have climate change, agricultural expansion, pollution, and many other threats to biodiversity. And this is jeopardizing sustainable development as well. And so there is an intrinsic link between sustainable development and the SDGs that have been adopted and the objectives of the convention and of the Global Biodiversity Framework. So this is the structure of the framework. There's 4 goals. These were mentioned in the video earlier this morning. And then there are 3 sets of targets. There's targets related to reducing threats from biodiversity. There's targets related to meeting people's needs. These also have to do with nature's contribution to people. And then there's the tools and solutions and means of implementation targets. And so the adoption of this framework was seen as a way to provide guidance to countries on what is necessary in order to achieve these 4 goals. And so all of these targets are seen as equally important in order to take us towards this vision of living in harmony with nature. In order to make progress, you need to have protected areas, but you also need to have adequate finance and adequate capacity, and you also need to be thinking about the threats from climate change and thinking about access and benefit sharing. And so this provides a guidebook or roadmap for countries in order to develop a national plan, which is what we're going to be talking about today. And then there's these cross-cutting issues which are presented in different sections of the Global Biodiversity Framework. So in the Global Biodiversity Framework, under Section J, which is related to monitoring, review, and reporting, and this is the area of work that I lead, there is a recognition that national biodiversity strategies and action plans are the primary instrument for national implementation of the Convention. And so along with that, countries then have additional decisions where they've committed to developing national biodiversity strategies and action plans or national targets aligned with the Global Biodiversity Framework by COP16, which is in a few months. It's in October of this year. And so we're at this precipice where we're trying to understand how far along countries are in developing their national biodiversity strategy or in taking an existing NBSAP and aligning it with the global goals and targets. What have been the experiences? What have been the challenges? How much political support does this have? And so this is very much what's recognized in the Global Biodiversity Framework as being the foundation for implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework at the national level. So I'm going to quickly walk you through what each of the goals and targets are, but without going into much detail, just to give you a highlight of what was agreed in this framework. And so there are 4 goals. The first relates to protecting and restoring nature, and under that there are 5 different sort of subtopics. There's one related to the area of all natural ecosystems. This includes both terrestrial, freshwater, all terrestrial, freshwater, and marine ecosystems, and ensuring that the extent of those natural ecosystems is maintained and even increased. It includes the integrity and condition of all ecosystems being maintained, enhanced, or restored, reducing the extinction rate and the risk to species. This also includes the abundance of wild species and increasing that and increasing genetic diversity. Then goal B is prospering with nature or also sustainable use. This relates to biodiversity benefits that people are experiencing. The link between ecosystem services and populations is captured in goal B, and that nature's contributions to people are maintained, valued, or restored. And then goal C relates directly to the sharing of benefits from genetic resources and also from digital sequencing information, and this relates to the 3rd objective of the Convention, which is also on access and benefit sharing. And then goal D is really an overarching goal that isn't so much about protecting nature, but about having the means of implementation required to see this become a reality. And so this relates to building capacity and also closing the biodiversity finance gap. Then the first set of targets, which is related to reducing threats, There are targets related to spatial planning and managing all areas, restoration, restoring 30% of degraded ecosystems. Protected areas is the target 3, and this one is the sort of famous one, which is the 30 by 30 target to conserve 30% of land, 30% of waters and seas. Target 4 is related to halting species extinction, protecting genetic diversity, managing human-wildlife conflict. It's a bit of a catch-all target. 5 is on sustainable, safe and legal harvesting of species and trade of wild species. 6 is going to be the focus later in the workshop on invasive alien species and reducing the introduction of invasive alien species by 50% and also minimizing the impacts of invasive alien species. Target 7 is related to reducing pollution and halving the level of nutrients and nutrient pollution and pesticide pollution. And target 8 is related to minimizing the impacts of climate change, including through nature-based solutions or ecosystem-based approaches. Then we have the second set of targets related to meeting people's needs. So this is really the benefits, again, that as I mentioned, that people are experiencing from biodiversity. So target 9 is on making sure that wild species are providing sustainable benefits to people. Target 10 is on enhancing biodiversity sustainability in agriculture, aquaculture, fisheries, and forestry. Target 11 is on enhancing nature's contribution to people in a broader sense, and the benefits that you see related to things like soil filtration and ecosystem service benefits to people that are not necessarily linked directly to managed ecosystems. And target 12 is related to protecting green and blue spaces for urban planning and ensuring that people in cities have access to biodiversity benefits. I think target 13 is missing from this slide. Sorry about that. Target 13 is the target that is going to be presented that's directly related to the protocols. I think it's later maybe. And so this is directly related to access and benefit sharing. Target 14 is integrating biodiversity into decision making. And this also relates to using environmental economic accounting and ensuring that biodiversity is reflected in economic related and finance policy. Target 15 is related to disclosing the dependencies, impacts, and risk that businesses have related to biodiversity. 16 is related to sustainable consumption and production. 18 is harmful subsidies. This would include fossil fuel subsidies, but it would also include agriculture and fisheries subsidies and other subsidies that are harmful to biodiversity. And then, as I mentioned, we have target 13, which relates to access and benefit sharing from genetic resources. This will be coupled with a decision on digital sequencing information, which will happen at COP16. And target 17 relates to the implementation of the Cartagena Protocol, which we'll talk more about these two protocol-related targets later today. And then you move on to the tools and solutions, where you have target 19 on finance, target 20 on capacity building, target 21 on biodiversity information and knowledge and data, target 22 on participation in decision making and access to justice. This relates directly to Indigenous people and local communities in particular, and target 23 is on ensuring gender equality and gender responsiveness in the approach to biodiversity. So as you can see, this framework is quite broad and aims to capture the minimum number of things that each country should be considering as they're developing their national biodiversity strategy and action plan. And in this same global biodiversity framework, within the section C of the framework, they identified, in addition to developing national targets related to these different global targets and having actions to take those forward, throughout the process, there's a need to take certain things into account. And this includes a whole of government and whole of society approach. And we heard this morning a bit particularly from the Environment Authority of Oman, on how they've been engaging with different stakeholders and different ministries. And this is very much the foundation for developing the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. If you compare to the previous NBSAPs, so countries have started developing NBSAPs since the start of the convention in 1992. I think the first round of NBSAPs were very, very focused within ministries of environment. And so then the implementation was weak because they didn't necessarily have the government buy-in or the buy-in from other ministries. It was seen as being a sort of a niche issue that was going to be captured wholly by the Ministry of Environment. And that didn't work well. And I think this is one of the reasons why the previous targets and the ACHI targets were not met, is that you didn't have this whole of government buy-in, and you also didn't have buy-in necessarily from the rest of society. And so this is one of the main obstacles that that the Global Biodiversity Framework has recognized and is encouraging countries to address in their implementation of the plan. It also recognizes that you won't be able to be successful in developing NBSAPs unless you're considering different value systems, how your own national context values biodiversity and the different players that are involved, without employing a human rights-based approach, ensuring that people do have the right to a healthy, clean, and sustainable environment, which is directly related to the One Health approach, again, ensuring that the interlinkages between biodiversity and human health, and also biodiversity and environmental health, are being taken into account. And ensuring also intergenerational equity, making sure that you're protecting biodiversity not just for this current generation, but for future generations, and taking into account any local communities and indigenous people and gender equality. And so I think I've already said this. And so this is the basis for the framework. So along with the Global Biodiversity Framework, there were a number of key decisions that were adopted at the COP15, which is the one where the Global Biodiversity Framework was adopted in 2022. And these include a monitoring framework. And so along with the goals and targets, indicators were agreed, where each country should use specific indicators and also choose indicators for measuring how they are progressing in terms of implementing the Global Biodiversity Framework. This includes, for example, looking at the extent of natural ecosystems in the country. And we'll talk more about this later in the meeting, where we'll have a session on monitoring the framework. And this would then provide information for how and where you implement. Decision 15.6, this is the decision related to planning, monitoring, reporting, and review, and is really the basis for a lot of what we're going to be looking at in the next few days, as that's the decision that outlines the guidance for developing national biodiversity strategies and action plans. And in that decision 15.6 is where there's the commitment to have national biodiversity strategies and action plans aligned with the global framework by this year. It also outlines when the dates for national reporting are, so when countries would then report back on how things are progressing in terms of implementing the framework. And it provides a template for what the alignment between the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan and the global framework would look like. And so then this can be submitted to us at the Secretariat so that we can package this for consideration of the COP, so that COP should have available to it a summary of how countries have developed these strategies and what the different national targets are. And then additionally, there were decisions related to resource mobilization, capacity building and development and technical and scientific cooperation, digital sequence information, and the gender plan of action. On the two decisions, 15.7 and 15.8, we will talk about this as well later because this is the decisions that relate to assessing capacity needs as the NBSAP is being developed. And it's very important, of course, to as you're developing the plan, try to think of what are the human resource requirements, what are the finance requirements, what are the other capacity requirements. And similarly for Decision 15.7, it does call for countries to consider a national biodiversity finance plan in the development of the NBSAP so that NBSAPs are costed and sources of funding are identified. So, as I mentioned, so there's this global agreement, but a global agreement is really, unfortunately, just a piece of paper, right? So even though everyone is committed to it, until that global agreement translates into national targets and into NBSAPs and into policies and action on the ground, then it just remains as a piece of paper. And so this is where we are now, is really trying to, all the countries are trying to hopefully develop these national targets and policies that will take their specific country forward in a way that works for that country. And then this will be reported to the COP. We will also, at the global level, be doing a review so that countries can identify across the globe where action is needed and where increased action is needed. And so, just a quick slide here. There are a number of different initiatives that are providing support to this. And so for more information on any of these, I think you can ask. And so I think with this, I will perhaps wrap up this presentation and just mention that there are a number of sort of high-level meetings where this will also be presented to raise awareness, including the UNFCCC COP29. At the last climate change COP, COP28, there was a agreement made by the COP presidencies of the CCD, which is the Convention on Desertification, the UNFCCC, and the CBD, to try to ensure that national planning processes take into account land degradation, biodiversity, and climate change in a holistic fashion. And this is something that I think is seen as a priority in this region and in other regions moving forward, is ensuring that all three of these policies come together so that at the national level, when you're developing your NBSAP, you're also doing it in a way that aligns with the NDCs and that there's synergies between these two plans. And so here's just some useful links on different information that I've already shared. And so with that, I will stop this presentation, and then I'll move to the second presentation, which will be more interactive and will provide a short introduction to the next few days of this workshop. And so if we could switch presentations. What's that? You want me to just click through? Okay. Okay. So while they're pulling that up, so I can already start by telling you for the next few days, the plan will be that we will have starting. Oh, if anyone wants interpretation, there's headphones in the back. Or do you want to say this?
إذا حد يحتاج اجتماعات الترجمة الفورية متوفرة.
So if you could put the next presentation on. So for the next presentation, we'll start with an overview of the workshop, but I can already start telling you what it is. So the plan would be to try to look at what are the experiences of the people participating in this dialogue in terms of first trying to ensure that there's a whole of government, whole of society approach. What has been done to reach out to different stakeholders in society. And then we will move on from there to looking at how do you integrate with the protocols. Okay, I don't know why this isn't working. Am I doing, oh, there. So I just shared these decisions. Sorry. I'm not sure this is working. Maybe you could go to the next slide. I think maybe the battery is dead. Thanks. Okay, so then we'll be looking at the integration with the protocols and how can countries try to implement the Nagoya Protocol, the Cartagena Protocol, and the Convention in a synergistic fashion. And then we'll be trying to look at what countries have done in terms of setting specific targets. And here, because of the fact that we're then going to focus on target 6, I think we could also specifically talk about what it is that countries have done in order to develop the target related to invasive alien species at the national level. Oh, sorry. All right. Okay, I don't know. Sorry. And then we'll be looking at how do we monitor, and then capacity and finance, and then going into the invasive alien species sessions. So again, in decision 15.6, this is the language that was in that decision, and so it requested parties to revise and update their national biodiversity strategies and action plans aligned with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and its goals and targets, including those related to means of implementation, and to submit them before COP16. However, it then does continue and says for countries who are not able to update their NBSAPs or are not going to, that they at least submit national targets. So national targets are seen as sort of the minimum of what should be submitted in terms of the request that was made to parties. And then it urges all parties to use the headline indicators of the monitoring framework. So this was the decision 15.5, and so it urges all parties to, in particularly, use the headline indicators, which represent a minimum set of indicators for measuring the global biodiversity framework. And it also encourages parties to adopt the revised or updated national biodiversity strategies and action plans as a policy and or legal instrument, and to mainstream them with broader strategies. And so this provides sort of the high-level guidance that COP provided in terms of what's necessary for developing a national biodiversity strategy and action plan. And it does also request us to support this process, and this is part of the reason that we have been trying to organize dialogues like this one. And I will say we have organized at this point, we have organized regional dialogues like this to discuss progress towards NBSAPs in 6 different regions, and we have another 3 planned after this one. And so by COP16, we will have actually covered every country in terms of having some sort of meeting for discussions within regions to talk about progress in developing the NBSAPs. And then the results of this meeting and of the other dialogues will be shared with the subsidiary body on implementation, as we see this as an input for the subsidiary body in terms of what are the challenges and opportunities. And this is part of the modus operandi for having a forum at SBI. So here's the overall timeline that was agreed in this decision 15.6. So as you can see, by now, basically, you're looking for the preparation and submission of NBSAPs or national targets. At COP16, we will have a global analysis of the NBSAPs. This will be a pretty straightforward analysis, though, because of the timeline where we will really just be saying how many countries submitted and what they submitted. And then national reports are due in February of 2026. And then the first global review of progress will be at COP17. And then countries are encouraged to take that into account and look to see how they can strengthen the implementation of their NBSAP or if they need to make revisions. And then this would feed into further global analysis and further global reviews. And so now this comes to the plan for now. As I said, the focus is really on exchanging experiences, sharing with each other on what have been the experiences so far, outlining challenges that have been experienced and opportunities and solutions that you have found in your country that may be useful for others. And then to identify ways that the region could perhaps try to address some of the common challenges. So, now in terms of the key agenda items, I kind of already said this because when I was waiting for the slides to load, so I'll skip this. So these are the main topics that we have, which are the whole of government approach, integration of the protocols, national target setting, developing a monitoring plan, and also capacity building and finance. And the way that we will organize this dialogue will be to have an introductory presentation towards each session. Then we'll have discussions at the different tables. And so it might be good throughout the next few days if you want to switch tables so that you can hear from different people who might have different experiences. And for the tables that don't have very many people, maybe you also want to move to a table that has slightly more people. And so we have key questions that we'll be asking, and then we'll ask someone from each table to summarize the discussion that's happened at that table. And then we'll use this to try to have an understanding of what are the common challenges and common solutions, and what action can be taken in order to bring up the whole region in terms of their NBSAP development and implementation. And so that is it. And so, as I said, since we are then hoping to have everyone working together, I was hoping to start off with, we could have a quick just round of everyone saying their name, what country they're from, what ministry they're working with. And it would also be useful if you don't mention it, if you tell us if you've been involved in the NBSAP process or if you have been involved in developing the National Invasive Alien Species Plan, so that we have sort of an overview of where everyone is coming from. We can start with this table. I can start wherever you want to start. Thanks.
Salim al-Maskri from Oman, from Environmental Authority.
Dr. Mahad Shmas from Dhofar University.
Suleiman Al-Khzami from Environment Authority.
Narjis Khalil from the Biodiversity Directorate in the Kingdom of Bahrain. We're currently working on setting the national targets, the rapid review of the MBSAP, and having a preliminary list for the blacklist of invasive species.
Latif Al-Kohaji from Supreme Council for Environment, Kingdom of Bahrain. And also for NBSAP and the invasive species, same as what my colleague said.
Nahla Nobi from Ministry of Climate Change and Environment in United Arab Emirates. We have been involved in the whole process of post-2020, and we have already developed our MBSAP and the NISAP as well, the National Strategy for Invasive Species.
This is Ahmed El-Hamiri from Biodiversity Department in Ministry of Climate Change and Environment in United Arab Emirates. I'm here with my colleague Nahla.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. My name is Ahmed Shekeli. I am from Environment Authority. I've been involved in the previous MBSAP as a Director of Biodiversity. Then I moved to Director of Nature Reserve. Now I am a Director of Marine Conservation Department. So I participate in some of the workshops to develop the new MBSAP. And hopefully today I also can discuss with our colleague from GCC country to see the experience and see different challenge of MBSAP development. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ahmed Al-Makhmari. I'm Environment Authority.
My name is Saeed Al-Abdali from Environmental Authority.
My name is Ahmed Jashoul from Environment Authority.
مازن البهلولي Environment Authority عمان.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. My name is Abdullah Al-Bashir from Ministry of Environment. I'm an expert in feed medicine and, in addition, specialist of infection immunity. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdullah Al-Salim. I am from National Center World Life from Saudi Arabia. I am Director of Birds in the department. Also, I work from the strategy for the invasive species.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ahmed Al-Mashani from the Environment Authority, Oman.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Haytham Busaidi from Oman Genetic Resource Center.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Sultan Al-Balushi from Oman National Hydrographic Office.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdullah Al-Balushi from Oman National Hydrographic Office.
Assalamu alaikum. Khamis Al-Hashimi من هيئة البيئة.
السلام عليكم. علي عبد الله التميمي من دولة قطر، مشرف ومراقب الحياة الفطرية، العمل الحد من انتشار الطيور الغازية.
السلام عليكم. صالح اليافعي من وزارة البيئة والتغير المناخي، قسم مراقبة الطيور الغازية.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Saad Al-Izki, Director of Geographical, Environmental, Tourism and Energy Statistics Department from GCC Stat.
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Fatma Saadi. I am from Environment Authority, Oman.
Assalamu alaikum. Iman Al-Azri from Environmental Authority, Oman.
Assalamu alaikum. Aisha Rahbi, Environmental Authority.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Noura Shahi from Environment Authority, Oman. We actually involved in some species of invasive plant in the northern part of Oman. حنان النبهاني Omani Natural History Museum Ministry of Heritage and Tourism.
عزة الجابري Oman Natural History Museum.
هيا الهندي Environmental Public Authority Marine Biologist from Kuwait.
I am biological researcher Shogil Hai. I'm major in molecular biology working in CBD with Protocol Nagoya from Kuwait. Environment Public Authority.
Assalamu alaikum. Masoom Al-Lawati from Al-Sharqiya University. I'm a member in phenotypical and genotypical characterization of invasive birds in Oman, especially Mina and الغراب الهندي.
Good morning, Mariam Al-Hinai from Ministry of Higher Education and Innovation.
السلام عليكم يقين العامري from Ministry of Social Development.
السلام عليكم أسماء الصايغ from Ministry of Social Development.
قاسم محمد البرعمي من هيئة البيئة.
Okay, so if someone could pull up the guiding questions presentation, that would be great. If not, I can grab my phone and look up the questions so I don't forget them. So I would like to start by saying I think that there's a lot of people here from different places, but there's also a lot of people from the Environment Authority. So if you're at a table that's only the Environment Authority, I might encourage you to switch to a table that has a little bit more people from other places so that the discussion will be involving people that are not only from one place. So I'll give everyone just a few minutes to perhaps switch tables, and then hopefully they can pull up some questions. What's that? Yeah, if you're from the same country, you can also split up so that way. Oh no, this is not the presentation. Hold on, I'll go get my phone.
عليكم. لو سمحتوا بس نتوزع بحيث انه نحاول ندمج دول مختلفة، يعني مثلا اللي عندنا من البحرين، من الكويت، من السعودية، نتوزع بين الطاولات عشان نتبادل الخبرات، وفي نفس الوقت بين الجهات عشان نتبادل الخبرات. بعد إذنكم.
So, Leila, I also shared the questions with you. If you could pull them up on the screen, I think. Sorry about that.
للترجمة توجد سماعات الترجمة الفورية في الخلف في آخر القاعة بعد إذنكم.
Yes, so they're repeating. If anyone wants the translation device, you can go to the back. So as mentioned, what we would like to do for the next 45 minutes, so up until noon, I'm going to put some questions on the screen so we can then talk about the whole of government, whole of society approach. The questions basically would be related to how do you think different ministries and sectors and non-state actors should be engaged? and how do you facilitate this engagement, and how effective has this been at the national level? So if we can pull the questions up, then we'll take the next, as I said, 45 minutes, well, we can say till 12:10 for everyone to discuss the questions, and then we'll have one person from each table that shares their reflections. Sorry, is it happening? Okay. All right, so hopefully in a second we'll have questions up. Okay, here we go. Oh, perfect. So here's the questions. And so I hope you can see them. It's a little fuzzy to me, but if each table could try to discuss these questions and then have one person from the table who will report back to us. And so basically you would want to share how you figured out which stakeholders should be involved, what kind of institutional arrangements were set up, was there an interministerial working group or a series of stakeholder consultations, what did you do, and how did this work? Did it work well, or were there gaps, and how will you make sure that you maintain engagement with people through implementation, so over the next decade? So with that, I will give everyone, as I said, 45 minutes. Thanks. Okay. Thank you all. So now for each table, we'll go around to each table, and if you could share the views related to these questions that were expressed at your table. So I think there's a mic, or you can come up here, whatever works best, but hopefully there's one person from each that could present. Maybe we can start here at this table and we'll work this way.
Okay, so I'll go through the questions. I'll speak in English if you don't mind. Question one, how did we determine which minister and sectors? We discussed among different, we're from different countries in this table, so we discussed among how our countries is going through this. Mostly we're going through discussion with our stakeholders through committees. We have a national committee. We involve them in decision making. And we also have another way by identifying the stakeholders to involve them in developing the MBSAP process. So our stakeholders are from different entities, from national, private sector, NGOs, and academia as well. So this is for question one. For question two, okay, for question two, as I said, we already established a stakeholder. We established a team or a committee from our all stakeholders from different entities, but always the lead entity is either the Minister of Environment or an authority of environment. So it's a holistic approach. It's the ministry as an umbrella, then the other entities follow the process to implement it. And for question three, we think it's an effective approach. This approach helps to ensure comprehensive input for diverse stakeholders. So the process of ministry leading and stakeholders involving in all decision making, it's a very effective way. We ensure that everyone has an input and everyone has a say. And it also helps us to improve this process. We can also add data sharing. We discussed about data sharing, that each entity has a project or has a way of input in the MBSAP itself. So maybe data sharing platform could be a way forward to integrate all this work. And for the last question, we believe that communication channels could be the way forward to work together. And the communication channels, I mean by having a committee or regular meetings or even workshops. This helps to work together to follow and to implement the MPSAP. Also to establish responsibilities among each stakeholder. So we decided if we put a responsibility or a target on each stakeholder themselves, then we can ensure that they are working together, they provide us with a regular report. This will help to sustain our engagement as a whole country. That's it, thank you.
Thank you. If you could hand to another table. Yeah, this one is good.
All right, I'll give a quick overview of our table. We have representatives from Oman, the United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain. In terms for the first question, how we determine the ministries and sectors involved in the national target setting and the NBSAP revision. So our countries function quite differently. The process is somewhat similar, but more of a local context for each one. So for the United Arab Emirates, so they have 7 emirates. They had communication with all the 7 emirates, where each one has their own environmental authority. A small team was created on a national level, which includes representatives from each authorities, from each emirate as well, just to identify the local stakeholders involved or should be involved in this process. For Oman, it's quite similar as well. There was an internal working group created through the Environmental Authority, which identified the ministries and stakeholders that should be involved in this process based on the previous MBSAP. They did have quite an important structural change to their ministries and the country as a whole, so that needed to be considered. In Bahrain, we had a stakeholder mapping process where we developed an inclusion and exclusion criteria to identify the stakeholders that should be involved in this process, also looking back at the previous NBSAP. So that's in terms of identifying the stakeholders. For the second question, which is what procedure we had to set the national targets and the update and revision of the MBSAP. Again, the country's process for this is quite similar. For the United Arab Emirates, an inception workshop was conducted. It was around 3 days to introduce the project to the relevant stakeholders, entities that were relevant to the NBSAP and the national target setting process included. Each emirate has their own strategy, so they try to identify the targets in these strategies which are aligned with the GBF so that they could be integrated in the new national targets. For Oman, they have a new environmental strategy, which is the 2021 Oman Environmental Strategy. It was launched and aligns with various other strategies in the country, including ones that have to do with desertification and invasive species. So these were considered when setting the national targets. They were looked at in a way to align with the GBF targets so that they can set their national biodiversity targets. For Bahrain, there was also quite a similar process. There was an inception workshop, which brought in all the stakeholders. We had an internal data collection to review the previous MBSAP targets, where we reached and see if they're aligned with the new GBF targets. We also developed a game called the Biodiversity Quest, which helped the stakeholders align their local strategies, their targets with the GBF targets, so that we can identify our new biodiversity targets. And also 3 countries, something similar that we had was that we also identified the responsible stakeholders, which will be responsible for implementing that target. Question 3 is how effective this has been. There's consensus that it has been a very effective process, that a holistic whole of government approach is the way to go forward. We did notice that there was lack of awareness between some ministries and the cross-cutting nature of these targets. There is some overlap between our work. So it was a very effective process on a technical level. And lastly, how we'll maintain engagement. Again, consensus. There's going to be constant communication, a channel for communication, possibly communicating with the focal points for the project.
Thanks. This is very interesting that you developed a biodiversity quest game to try to encourage stakeholders to do their alignment. Okay, next table.
Assalamu alaikum. So for question 1, how to determine the ministries and so on. Basically, we make an internal team from Environment Authority then to determine which ministries and other stakeholders that may involve in each strategy or target. Then we have regular meetings with them and several workshops that already done with the respected ministries. And also to determine how to make a national target, to meet national targets and international targets based on the Oman Vision 2040. This is regarding the first question. The second question, what institutional arrangement and mechanism and procedure has been established for national target setting and data revision? Basically, the same as the others. So regular meetings, workshops, and determine focal points from different respected ministries and local or governmental and local or governmental institutions. For the third question, how effective has this arrangement been? What do you think would improve the whole government, whole society approach? Basically, we should do more for the young generations, more education, more using social media to take care of, to emphasize the importance of protecting the environment for further generation. Then, how you will maintain engagement throughout the implementation, monitoring, and reporting cycle? Basically the same. Education, making campaigns for the young or the youth, and also supporting the regional or in the local areas. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next table.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. In this table we are from Saudi Arabia and from Oman, And in the first question, we discussed the governance and the structure of the environment sector. So, for example, in Saudi Arabia, now we have the ministry, which is the umbrella for the sector. And the ministry is responsible for the strategic and the supervision of the sector, while the actual work on the ground has been assigned to what we call executive centers, 5 executive centers. One of them is the National Center for Vegetation Cover and combating desertification. The other center is the National Center for Wildlife. I am now from this center, from the Vegetation Cover Center, and colleagues here from the National Center for Wildlife. So this is like the structure in Saudi Arabia, while in Oman there is an authority for environment, and also with the same structure, but it's still within one authority, which is the authority of environment. And maybe colleagues here can explain more about this. So when it comes to the second question, we think that there is 2 important national plans that to be taken into consideration. The first one is the national plan or the national strategy. Maybe my colleagues from NCW here could correct me if I'm not wrong. We have now the national strategy for wildlife. Or sorry, national strategy for biodiversity. Now this strategy has been issued a long time ago, maybe at 2005, and in this year we are updating this strategy. So it is the national strategy for biodiversity, and also we have a national plan for the invasive species, the alien invasive species. I mean, it's now well written. It's been now raised to the decision maker to give us the approval, and then will be announced very soon, inshallah. So from this answer, I will go to the third question, that we need to align, in fact, between the countries, the GCC countries in these issues. I mean, we need to share knowledge, we need to share maybe databases, we need to share plans, we need to also do more and more regular meetings, and maybe visit sites in each country from each I mean the interested groups. So I think it's really important. Some colleagues here even they mentioned that maybe the decision maker, I mean the leaders of the GCC countries, maybe they should look at the structure. They could align even with the structure. We need maybe a similar structure between countries for the environment sector in order to maximize the benefit from this structure in terms of biodiversity or alien species. Last question, of course, it is to make it sure which entity is responsible for, I mean, how to maintain engagement. We need to make sure about the tasks, which entity to do this task or that, and also to make it like the same for the stakeholder. The stakeholders in each country, of course, they are happy to participate in these plans, but they need to know the task and the time frame to achieve this task. So if you could draw a map for these tasks and the time frame, I think this would maintain the engagement and would maximize the benefit from the effort by all different stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we have one more table that's going to report. Is that right?
السلام عليكم. طبعا احنا جاوبنا كل شيء بالعربي، فإذا تبوني أتحكى بالعربي أو بالإنجليزي هم ما في أي مشكلة. أوكي. بالنسبة حق السؤال الأول، احنا هني بالطاولة سلطنة عمان ودولة الكويت. شفنا أن الهيئة العامة للبيئة في الدولتين هي الفوكال بوينت، بس عندنا بالكويت أن في جهات تحت الهيئة العامة للبيئة كونها جهة رقابية، منها جامعة الكويت، الداخلية، الخارجية، معهد الأبحاث والبلدية. بالنسبة حق السؤال الثاني، ما هي الترتيبات الآلية؟ أن تم إنشاء الاستراتيجية في دولة الكويت سنة 1997 كأول استراتيجية، وتم توقيع على الاتفاقية سنة 1992، وآخر إصدار للاستراتيجية اللي هو سنة 2011. هذا آخر أبديت حق الاستراتيجية، وجاري الحين العمل على ما بعد 2020. إنشاء الاستراتيجية بدولة الكويت تم من خلال تشكيل لجنة. هذه اللجنة تضم كذا جهة في الدولة، سواء حكومية أو غير حكومية، ونعمل على تحديد الأهداف والتوصيات اللي تطلبها منها CBD، تطلبها منا. ما مدى فعالية هذا الترتيب؟ بالنسبة حق دولة الكويت هو ناجح إلى حد ما، والجهات المختصة ملزم عليها أنها تطبق كل الاستراتيجية في أي مشروع يتم عمله في أي جهة، سواء حكومية أو غير حكومي. ما الذي تعتقد أنه من شأنه تحسين نهج الحكومة؟ أن متخذ القرار لازم يكون عنده وعي وإدراك على طريقة المحافظة على التنوع الأحيائي. أوكي. How will maintain التنسيق من خلال اللجنة اللي داخل الكويت، اللي تضم جهات عديدة في الدولة، مع التنسيق مع الدول المجاورة، سواء الدول الخليجية أو الدول الغير خليجية. بهذا الشيء يساعدنا أن نحقق أهداف الاستراتيجية. شكرا.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think there were some great experiences that were shared. I think that the experience of having some sort of an inception workshop is something that has certainly worked well in a lot of countries, having committees that are established to make sure that there's sustained engagement over time. Most of the countries mentioned that they had committees that were established for these purposes. I think that the differences in terms of how countries engage with subnational governments is very interesting, particularly in the case of the United Arab Emirates, where it's a very decentralized government, and so the strategies are actually at the emirate level. And so I think this is a difference within the region, but one that provides interesting examples of how to engage with different levels of government. I think this experience that was mentioned by a few countries, one was Bahrain, I know, and we also had someone, I think, from Oman and from somewhere else that were saying that they did a formal stakeholder mapping where they tried to assess the different stakeholders and even looked at exclusion and inclusion criteria for engaging with stakeholders. So I think there was a lot of really interesting experiences shared. In most of the tables, there was gaps in terms of communication that were raised, and building awareness was seen as a priority, I think, for a lot of the tables in the room, particularly with people outside of the ministry. So engaging with young people, engaging with the public it was seen as a priority, it seemed, in most of the tables. I will note, and I'm wondering if anyone would like to reflect on this, that integration with the climate change policy was not mentioned at any of the tables, and this was something that I thought it came out strongly in the opening remarks that were provided by the different people. And so I was wondering if anyone in the region has made a real effort to integrate with the nationally determined contributions or other climate change strategies, or if anyone has anything to share on that.
So for Bahrain, if we go back to our process, so we did have a stakeholder mapping process. So we did have representatives from the climate change relevant sector and the energy sector as well. And they do have their own separate strategies that feed into this. So we have a national strategy for net zero, for increasing renewable energy sources and whatnot. So we integrated their targets that they're currently working on into the new national biodiversity targets. Specifically, if we're going word for word, it's about increasing the share of renewable energy by 8%. So we just matched the exact target that's currently being worked on in Bahrain.
We did a similar process to Bahrain. In UAE, we have involved, we have a national strategy for climate change actually, and we made sure to integrate it in our strategy as well. Also, in the process of developing the MBSAP, we have involved COP28 team from the UNFCCC, and we had, I think, a goal or two related to climate change.
Thanks. Yes, the UAE is a champion for the integration, so I was wondering how it was happening at the national level. I see somebody back there.
Even Saudi Arabia, we are also adopting now all these international treaties or maybe protocols. When you speak about for example, Saudi Arabia declared that the 2060 will be the zero net year, inshallah. And also we adopted all the CBD. We are working under the CBD and the climate change and all these. To the extent that we are hosting, inshallah, this year, we are hosting the COP16 for UNCCD COP16 in December, inshallah. And alhamdulillah, in year 2021, the Prince Mohammed bin Salman declared that 30 by 30 before it's being declared by the UN in 2022. By the way, he declared in 2021 that 30% of the terrestrial area will be protected and 30% of the sea or let's say the marine area will be protected. That was in 2021, and you remember this being declared by the UN in 2022. So all these inshallah issues, and the government now is taking the issue of environment seriously in its plans, in national strategies. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can add, if I can add to that also, just providing an example with invasive alien species, right? It's a cross-cutting issue that touches on so many things that whenever we're going to plan a strategy for invasive alien species, and if we want to consider that as part of our national biodiversity strategies and action plans, we do need to reach out to so many sectors. For example, for invasive alien species, we know those that are of us who work on environment and biodiversity, we know the devastating impacts that they're having on biodiversity and environment. But there's also impacts on, for example, agricultural systems. So when we talk about those other ministries working in agriculture, we need to reach out because they also have issues. And sometimes they treat invasive as they do with plant pest, right? And it sometimes is the same. So there's a lot of lessons that we can learn from whatever they're doing there to also mainstream that into how we work from the environment side. Also, invasive alien species, for example, is huge when it comes to trade and transportation. So we need to make sure that we also engage those actors and sectors like even e-commerce, right? At the next COP, we're going to be discussing about the potential impacts on how we move invasive alien species with e-commerce. And then we need to engage customs, we need to engage, trade authorities. We also need to engage tourism. Of course, we people, when we travel and we visit other countries, we are a factor, we are a risk factor of introducing invasive alien species. So just to give you an example of how important it is to really to have an effective strategy to engage different sectors. And also, of course, that at a national level, but at the international level, one example of what we're doing at the CBD, and this was based on a COP request, is that we have what we call a liaison group on invasive alien species, and that is a group that is formed by 12 different international organizations. So we have aviation organizations, we have FAO, We have CITES, for example, as well. We also have, of course, CBD, IUCN. So many people that are working there, and we just try to exchange information. We avoid duplication. We also network with animal health because it's also very important. So what the World Organization on Animal Health are doing, it's also key. So just to give you an example of some of the sectors that we normally are engaging also at the international level.
Thanks. So I think we'll move to the next session now. Oh, one more comment.
Thank you. Sorry for asking the floor late, but I want to highlight something about Oman. And as you mentioned here, the experience to align different convention to be, in one path and one strategy or one action plan where they can cooperate. Of course, this will reflect also in the national levels and how we work together with different conventions and especially related to the environment. I think that climate change is one of the importance, convention that should be also aligned, especially when you mention with the invasive species. And we're also thinking how the climate change will affect on the more invasion species were able to produce in such environment, especially in the harsh environment like GCC countries, desert, but now we receive more cyclone, more rain, more change in the environment. So the climate change had an effect also on such topic that we talk about the invasive species. Likely for Oman, it was the climate change because even with our discussion here in group, we said that one of the challenge that changing of institutions sometimes it will be affecting the implementations, where sometimes the climate change will be dealing with another institution. So that will be also how to inject them and how to bring them to the same and continuous implementation of the action plan. Likely for Oman now, the climate change is coming back to the Environment Authority. Now, before it was the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, but now Environment Authority, but still the climate within the Environment Authority. So that will help also to align our strategy because there is one institution and look into different action plan that they have within the Environment Authority. And recently we also reduced the environment Oman environment strategy. This is also work on aligning different environment like MBSAB, combating desertification, also Ramsar, wetland. So all these strategies could come also in Oman environment strategy, where there also we have actions and project will come across all these strategy and to be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just small addition by my college. Actually, Oman, as actually other countries, actually we are planning to achieve actually zero net emission by 2050. Actually, this is our goals to be actually achieve that. As well as actually other countries, we have a strategy for mitigation climate change in Oman. Maybe my college does not actually mention it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think we'll move on. As you have highlighted it, it's very important to try to consider climate change along with different biodiversity, other biodiversity threats, for instance, invasive alien species. And particularly, climate change changes the habitats of different species. And so on the one hand, you have species that they may be pushed to migrate because their habitat where they were has shifted north. And so you have to really look at a holistic picture of what's causing the movement. Is this a situation where the habitat is moving and into an area where there's other species that are already living, and are there different pressures that are coming from different species that perhaps fare better under certain conditions, whereas other species don't fare as well under the same climate change conditions? And so it's really a complicated time to making these plans and a lot of unknowns, but I think that it's great to hear that most of the countries are well underway in terms of developing strategies that do take into account the different commitments that you've made at the global level, including the CCD and the Ramsar and the climate change and the protocols. And so thank you for sharing the experiences. So with that, we're going to move on to the next session, which is really on how you can approach integration of the protocols into the NBSAPs. And Marianelle is going to give the presentation to kick us off, and then we will have a similar discussion to what we did now. So for each session, we'll have different questions. And so we'll have an introductory presentation, and then we'll have discussion around some questions. Marianelle.
Thanks. Just waiting for that presentation to be up, and we will start. I think it's the one that it's called the protocols. It's called Protocols New Version. You had it at the end. Yes, that's the one. Thank you very much. So as you know, we have been talking about the Convention on Biological Diversity, but we should not forget also that the convention is supplemented by protocols, and the protocols are also an integral part of the convention. So when we are trying to develop our national biodiversity strategies and action plans, it's important that we don't forget also the considerations of these two protocols. So as you know, and I hope most of you are familiar with the objectives of the convention, right? So it has three objectives: the conservation and sustainable, the conservation of biological diversity, the sustainable use of the components of biological diversity, and the third objective is the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of the utilization of genetic resources. So all these three objectives are interdependent and mutually supportive. So it means that to really achieve all the goals of the convention stated on their articles that we have, we really need to take action on all these three areas. So as I mentioned, the convention probably is seen as the mother treaty, right? But then it has two children and one grandson probably, which is the supplementary protocol. So we have two protocols. One is the Cartagena Protocol, and the other one is the Nagoya Protocol on Access and Benefit Sharing. And the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety also has a supplementary protocol on liability and redress. So these instruments are very important because, as I said, they are an integral part of the commitments for those countries that have ratified the protocols. But even if a country has not ratified the protocols, what it says is that, well, probably you don't have access to those fully flesh out details on how to perform certain actions on a particular subject matter, but still you have some obligations under the convention that relate to either biosafety or, for example, access and benefit sharing, right? So, because all these protocols pretty much are coming from providing more details and elaborating a little bit more on some of the provisions that we have in the convention. So, of course, we have the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety, which pretty much aligns with the first two objectives if you go through the protocol, but also, you know, the Nagoya Protocol also provides for the details on the third objective of the convention. And then let me just zoom in a bit and provide a little bit more detail on the Cartagena Protocol here. And the reason why, it's because I think it's very important for one reason. If you think about invasive alien species, there are a lot of similarities in the way that some of the actions that countries are doing under the Cartagena Protocol to for the movement of living modified organisms that are relevant or similar to the actions that countries are also doing to fight invasive alien species. So when we talk about the Cartagena Protocol, we know that the aim of the protocol is protecting biological diversity from the potential risk from living modified organisms, and we also know that it applies to handling and the use of living modified organisms. So if we think about our invasive alien species, if we try to consider, you know, target 6, we also need to think about the movement of invasive alien species. And when we talk about considering the risks and protecting biological diversity, we will also think about, for example, processes such as risk assessment and risk management. And then in your countries, if some of you have, and I don't know how many of you have biosafety committees, but if you have biosafety committees that are dealing with living modified organisms, then there is a great opportunity for you to collaborate between people doing biosafety from the Cartagena Protocol perspective and people doing biosecurity from the invasive alien species perspective. Because sometimes the mechanisms are very similar and there is great opportunity for sharing lessons about what you're doing. So when we come to the protocols pretty much, and this is an example for the Cartagena Protocol, it works similar to the convention, right? We need to translate these international instruments into the national level. And to do that, sometimes countries establish national competent authorities, right? That most of the times are different ministries or specialized centers. And then in the case of the Cartagena Protocol that I'm using as an example here, you also can have, for example, biosafety committees. So in some countries, we have seen that those biosafety committees are both biosafety and biosecurity, and then they deal with invasives as well. And then, of course, you have the support, and some of you mentioned during your interventions about the specialized centers. For example, you provide example of a specialized centers that also support the government, that the government set the strategy, but then the specialized centers were the one doing the work on the ground. So this is similar in the case of implementing the protocols. And then at the international level, on the other hand, we also have that we need to network with a set of actors. And those set of actors are other NGOs, our industry, our academia, our indigenous people and local communities. So either from the national perspective or from the international perspective, this is also a whole of government, whole of society approach when we try to consider the protocols. So let's see, for the Cartagena Protocol, for example, it touches on so many things. If you think about it, it touches on transboundary movement of LMOs, highlights the importance of risk assessment and risk management, and those two are areas that are also important for invasive alien species, even though this is not a protocol for invasive alien species, right? The safe handling, transport, packaging, and identification of LMOs, establishing a biosafety clearinghouse where we can facilitate also the exchange of information, for example, about what each of the countries is doing. If you go to the clearinghouse, you can check, for example, also risk assessment that each of the countries have done in terms of LMOs. And requires parties to put in place legal, administrative, and other measures to, to implement the protocol. And it also has more, mandates that negotiation of rules on liability and redress, and this comes to the supplementary protocol that I mentioned before. So I wonder, we don't have a protocol, for example, on invasive alien species. But invasive alien species, it's nested into the articles, Article 8H of the convention in this case. So we can also take a holistic approach in when we implement all the CVD legal instruments, meaning the convention and the protocols, to have a holistic approach for some of the different elements that we're working with, and in this case, using an example, invasive alien species. So there are many similarities, as I said, in how we work with, and sorry, that should have been LMO, no KMO, and LMOs, and how we handle invasive alien species. And there are opportunities for cooperation and sharing of lessons and experiences also within different instruments under the convention. So we now have, as I said, the biodiversity plan, and the biodiversity plan, they also consider targets that are relevant for the protocols. So we have target 13 that speaks about sharing of benefits and including, for example, digital sequence information. And we also have target 17, which specifically talks about strengthening biosafety measures for biotechnology, to get the most out of biotechnology, to make sure that we can use it in a way that it's not harmful to us or to our environment. So we do have targets in the framework that directly speaks or respond to the two protocols that are, as I mentioned, an integral part of the convention. So with these, I'm going to hand back over to Gillian for the next round of discussions.
Thank you. So in the past, there wasn't really an inclusion, or we didn't see a lot of country experiences in terms of including ABS or biosafety into NBSAPs. But as pointed out, this is partially because Nagoya only entered into force in 2014, and by that time, a lot of countries that had developed a plan in 2010, that plan was already operational. And there wasn't an ACHI target on biosafety. And so I think that what this new framework represents really is an opportunity to try to consider things in a more holistic fashion, which is something that we also talked about in the first session, is how do you make sure that your different plans are aligned? How do you ensure that you're not duplicating efforts or having efforts that are within the NBSAP that contradict the agricultural sector plan, for example? And so I think in terms of bringing the protocols into the scope of the NBSAP, this is an opportunity, and it will work different, I think, in most countries. Different countries have ratified different protocols and are at different stages, and sometimes biosafety in particular is not necessarily within the Ministry of Environment. And so then how do you ensure that you liaise with the people who are working on the implementation plan for the Cartagena Protocol is something that may work different in different situations. And so for this session, we're really trying to get an understanding of what's happened in the region so far. As you know, both ABS and biosafety are part of the Global Biodiversity Framework. Target 17 and Target 13 clearly outline actions that relate to access and benefit sharing and that relate to biosafety and biotechnology more broadly in the case of Target 17. And so the idea is that by integrating, it can reduce duplication and increase effectiveness and efficiency, and improve access to funding as well, especially for the protocols, but also the access and benefit sharing could provide a means of implementation for the implementation of the framework. And so with that, what we're interested in, as I said, to hear what countries in this region are doing in terms of bringing in the protocols into the NBSAP. Have you done any sort of mapping of how the stakeholders for the protocols and the stakeholders for the NBSAP interact, and is there high overlap? Are there sort of easy wins that you can highlight in terms of how Target 13 and Target 17 can work in particular. And so with that, we have similar questions, only this time they're on a slide and easier to read. And so these are the questions for the groups. We need to leave, I was told, at 2 on the bus in order to get to where we're going for this event, for this lunch event. So we're going to discuss these questions at your tables until 1:25, and then we'll report back quickly, and we'll try to leave the room by 1:45 so that you can drop your computers in your room if you want to. Okay? So I'm not going to read the questions, I'll let you read the questions, but if each group could discuss these questions at your tables, and then we will report back at 1:25. Thanks. Okay, maybe people are ready to report back. Are you ready? It's a little early, but maybe you're ready. Yeah? No? Okay. Ready? Almost? Yeah. Okay, so let's report back. We can start with the same table, I guess, from last time, if there's a microphone somewhere. I don't know where the mic went, actually.
Should I start? Okay, in our table, we are from Kingdom of Bahrain, UAE, and Oman. For question number one, yes, both protocol perspectives has been integrated by all the countries. And it's also cover the question two. So for question three, in general, yes, it will help in implementation, cooperation, and liberating technology shortly. That's it.
Okay, that was easy.
Yes.
I think this is, I mean, from the other regions that I've gone to, I would say integration has not happened as much. So it's great to hear that you guys are already so far along. Okay, next table.
So for our table, I'll go over what each country had to say. So for the UAE, in terms of the first question, they actually joined the protocols after the NBSAP was established, so it wasn't considered previously. For Bahrain, we also joined Nagoya after the NBSAP period, so post-2021, so it wasn't considered. However, we did ratify the Cartagena protocol, so we did have a milestone and not a target in our previous NBSAP, which is just assessing the state of biosafety in the country, which we fortunately achieved through our submission of the first national report, which was the fourth national report. For Oman, they have ratified the protocol. However, they're having a change in their organizational structure. And so, yes, while the focal point is the Environmental Authority, they're yet to identify the responsible entity for implementation. However, they do have a draft framework that is prepared. All that's left is to identify the implementing agency. In terms of integrating it to the revised or updated NBSAP, the UAE has actually made progress with this, and they've issued separate laws for both the Cartagena and Nagoya protocol for implementing it, and so that it's included in the revised NBSAP accordingly. For Bahrain, we have specific considerations for the Cartagena protocol in the new targets, specifically to issue a biosafety law and to adopt a national framework. And for Nagoya, we've indirectly referred to it as the SCE, or the governmental agency in Bahrain, has been designated as the entity to monitor the Nagoya protocol and to prepare a framework. So we're just starting out with this process. For Oman, like I said, they're having an organizational structure. They do have a draft framework. All that's left is to identify the responsible implementing agency. And lastly, opportunities to improve the implementation. We do see that there is value in integrating the protocols in the new biodiversity targets, because it gives a mechanism to monitor the implementation of the framework all in one place, and also gives value and showcases the importance of these protocols.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is definitely the values. The protocols often don't have as much recognition, and so through integration, you can raise the profile of some of these issues. We'll go to the next table here.
إيه أوكي. بشكل عام دولة الكويت وسلطنة عمان already they have done about the biosafety بس جاري تعديل القانون بالنسبة حق الجهات الدولة تم إرساله عشان رفعه حق الإدارة العليا. بالنسبة حق البروتوكولات والاستراتيجية اي نعم تم دمج البروتوكولات والاستراتيجية، وبالكويت عندنا قانون حماية البيئة الخاص بالهيئة العامة للبيئة بدولة الكويت. نفس الشيء اعتمدنا على القوانين هذه كلها وأصدرنا قانون السلامة الأحيائية بس هذا هو.
Thank you.
We have question answer as the other group is here. We have no extra answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I will say, I mean, I mentioned earlier we've been doing these in different regions, and I haven't seen as much movement towards integration as in this region. So it's really impressive that things are progressed so far along that there's already an integration of both protocols in most of your planning processes. So I think we can break also because of the fact that we have this trip, and this has taken a little bit less time. So we will be leaving at 2 p.m. sharp, I was told. From here, there will be a bus. So if everyone wants to quickly drop your computer maybe in your room or anything else that you want to put in your room, and then we will be on the bus at 2 p.m. Do I have this right, the organizers? I think so. Yes, that's correct? Okay, great. So, so this gives you a few minutes to take your things so that you don't have to carry them all day long, and then meet here for the bus. Okay? Thanks.